comes Tony, walking in the room, mic in hand, something's about to boom. Tell me what you gotta say. Tell me, make it count today. Big Tony speaks, and everybody listens. Big Tony speaks, his voice just keeps on lifting. When Tony talks, you know you gotta hear him. Big Tony speaks. Sit right down, let me hear your voice. Share your thoughts, Tony gives you choice. Tell me what you gotta say. Tell me, make it count today. Your voice speaks, Big Tony speaks, and everybody listens. Big Tony speaks, his voice just keeps on lifting. When Tony talks, you know you gotta hear him. Big Tony speaks. Big Tony speaks. He got something to say every single day. He's got something to say. Come on out and play. Big Tony speaks, and everybody listens. Big Tony speaks, his voice just keeps on lifting. When Tony talks, you know you gotta hear him. Big Tony speaks. Big Tony speaks. Big Tony. Big Tony speaks.
What is going on, y'all? On this fine Friday morning or evening. Now, I have been up since early this morning, so I'm confused. But anyway, I'm testing out a new title. Big Tony Speaks on Whatever. I do a Big Tony Speaks on Everything, but I thought I would test this concept out, kind of maybe not necessarily in place of Big Tony Speaks on Everything, but alongside it, so it's not the same thing all the time. You know what I mean? Trying to give a little, for lack of a better term, diversity, not in the liberal sense of diversity, but a little something different, each time. Kind of keep you on your toes. So we got a whole bunch of pretty much random news articles to talk about, and really whatever you all want to talk about as well, because it's whatever. It's Friday, it's whatever. It's the end of the news cycle, as it were. I mean, sure, news happens on the weekend and gets reported on the weekend, but people don't see it because it's not like front page news and etc. So it's really Friday is the end of the news cycle, and really, unless something big happens, it's pretty much the leftovers at the end of the week. What didn't get really presented to the public. So without further ado, let's get to whatever. Yeah. Oh, I'm just trying to have fun with this thing. I spoke the other day on that rant stream that I did, the other night, about burnout. I'm trying to fight that, trying to not be burned out. You know what I mean? So, and I'm trying to keep y'all from getting burned out on the same old all the time. So let's get into it. Up first, Trump teases upcoming release on UFO files. Things, quote, you wouldn't believe. Well, at this point, I would believe just about anything, as when it comes to things like that, because, for ages and ages, the governments around the world, including the United States government, have denied any existence at all of UFOs. They were all weather balloons or swamp gases or whatever excuse they decided to give that week. They would suppress any news that would come out involving UFOs, etc. Or now they're calling them UAPs. And they do stuff like that too, change the terminology so that, you can ask about a UFO and it's not the same as, the new terminology, the new, all the actual top secret stuff is up under, this other terminology. So they can talk about the UFO thing, things like that. So at this point, with so much information out there, on the interwebs and elsewhere about UFOs and UFO abductions and close encounters of the third kind or whatever. I would pretty much believe anything, because it's pretty much all already out there, and all they have to do when they put these files out is just confirm something, because they just about I think, my opinion, I think that just about every possibility has been explored in the realm of, quote, conspiracy theory or public opinion, or or even in the realm of science fiction. These possibilities have been explored. So if the so-called UFO files that they're going to be releasing, they've already released some, but they're going to release more, and if something is actually confirmed in there, if they're not just blowing smoke up our butts, um, I believe it. um, but if they're just, you'll be able to tell right off the bat if they're just when the files come out, if they're just blowing smoke up your butt. So let's get into this here article. President Donald Trump said that stunning information will be revealed when the administration makes public its files on UFOs. Quote, well, I think we're going to be releasing as much as we can in the near future. Anything having to do with UFOs or related material, we are going to be releasing, Trump said in a video posted to X. And, quote, and I think some of it's going to be very interesting, he said. Trump did not provide a timetable for the release of the information. Of course he didn't. Fox News reported on X, apparently a Q&A session. I believe this looks like that executive order signing that they did. So as part of that Q&A with the NASA astronauts and etc. Quote, do you have an update on the UFO files? President Trump says, quote, I think we're going to be releasing as much as we can in the near future. I've interviewed people my first term primarily But I interviewed some pilots, very solid people, and they said they saw things. And here is that piece of video.
Mr. President, I have two questions for you. First, on the topic of space, do you have an update on the UFO files and when we're going to be seeing those?
Well, I think we're going to be releasing as much as we can in the near future. For some reason, and I guess it's just a reason that's been in the minds of people for a long time, and that is such, they want to find out about the UFOs and anything having to do with UFO or related material. And we're going to be releasing a lot of things from that we have. And I think some of it's going to be very interesting to people. I've interviewed people, my first term primarily, but I interviewed some pilots, very solid people, and they said they saw things that you wouldn't believe. So you're going to be reading about it.
So there you go. They saw things you wouldn't believe. Well, I might believe it. Just tell me the story. I might believe it. I might not. I might say you've been smoking something. You never know what I might say. Earlier in April, Trump said a Pentagon study of UFOs resulted in, quote, many very interesting documents, adding that, quote, the first releases will begin very, very soon, according to USA Today. In February, Trump wrote on Truth Social that he had ordered federal agencies to, quote, begin the process of identifying and releasing government files related to alien and extraterrestrial life. Unidentified aerial phenomenon, that's what the UAP stands for, that they've changed UFO to, and unidentified flying objects, UFOs, and any and all other information connected to these highly complex but extremely interesting and important matters. Well, I find the discussion, personally, I do find the discussion on UFOs and aliens and their existence and etc. I find that to be, quite fascinating for many different reasons. Whether or not, whether or not I believe they exist, well, taken literally, UFO, unidentified flying object, those are every day. I mean, every day you run across, some sort of aerial craft that will not identify itself, and or you can't identify it. No country claims it, and therefore it is an unidentified flying object. Then there's also, we have the Skunk Works, and they're all the time testing, new designs and stuff like that people haven't seen, and that's top secret. So of course they can't talk about it, and that would be, yet once again, that would be unidentified flying object. They remain unidentified until you identify them. Okay. And, I've said many times, I think I've said it even on this show, that we would have to be extremely arrogant and self-centered to think in this vast universe, with all of the planets that have been discovered through telescopy, using telescopes and etc. We've discovered quite a vast number of planets that revolve around, they go around their star in the so-called Goldilocks zone, identical to like our planet. Our planet happens to be right perfectly in the so-called Goldilocks zone. That is perfect. It's not too hot, it's not too cold, etc., etc. is perfect for life. And we've discovered, a very large number of planets out in the vastness of space um, that ride in such a Goldilocks zone and would be, ripe for having life. Okay. So I would, with that knowledge, we would have to be extremely arrogant and extremely self-centered, um, to try to say that for a fact there is absolutely no other intelligent life in our vast universe other than us. You cannot say with a surety that these forms of life have not, some of them at least, have not developed interstellar travel, and to build on that, cannot say with a surety that they haven't visited us. And maybe they have studied us and collected specimens and whatnot, meaning, abduct a human being, or and see, the thing is, it's lesser reported, but human beings aren't the only things out there that have been abducted. There have been cows, dogs, sheep, all manner of creatures have gone missing from people's farms and etc., from zoos, things like that, and attributed to a UFO that abducted or took the animal or animals. So it would seem to me that, if true, I don't know if they are, but if true, these stories represent aliens doing a study on the life on this planet. Not just humans, but all life. They're trying to learn everything they can about this planet. You know, and maybe they haven't officially made contact for one or more of a myriad of reasons. Such as human beings, we are a warring species. We seem to love to make war amongst ourselves. We get mad at the other, and we make war. Well, maybe they don't want to insinuate themselves into such a species, by making public contact. They come down, they swoop up a couple of people, you know, either go out into space somewhere, hide behind the moon or something, or whatever, and do their experiments, put them back after they're done, maybe with like a little tracking beacon in them, kind of like we do animals in the wild. You know what I mean? Because several people who claim to have been abducted have been found to have foreign objects transmitting radio signals, inside their bodies. Some of them have had those objects removed, and well, it's those they've been analyzed, and they're not from this planet. So, where did they come from? I mean, and we tag animals out in the wild when our researchers, go and abduct an animal. They tranquilize it. They collect it up. They do their little research, their study, and then they tag it, and with a tracking beacon, and put it back out into the wild. Why wouldn't they do something similar? I'm not saying they are doing it. I'm not saying they're not doing it. I'm talking about the possibilities. So I mean, we just have to be extremely arrogant to say that's not what's going on, that there is no intelligent life out there, and if there is, then yeah, he's right. That is a very interesting and important matter. you know um Representative Tim Burchett, a Republican from Tennessee, has said that the full spectrum of reports would shock the nation, according to The Hill. Quote, I've been briefed by just about every alphabet agency there is. And I'll just tell you this. If they would release the things I have seen, you would stay up you'd be up at night worrying about or thinking about this stuff, Burchett said. What's going on, Elf? For the universal government. Right. So there's this big government that's in charge of the whole universe, and they're chipping us. Or is it the United Federation of Planets? Or are the Romulans after us? Hey, Romulans want to swallow up Earth and make it their territory. Or I don't know. There's so many robots out there nowadays. It could be the Borg. Good to see you in the chat, Elf. But yeah, I mean, I'm not gonna completely, discredit any thought that that may not be what's going on. That they may be studying us and tagging us and putting us back out into what they consider to be the wild. I mean, we are, even human beings, we are simply animals, and make no mistake, we are not the top of the food chain either. We're not the apex, predator or otherwise. We just have the power of speech and opposable thumbs. Okay. But yeah, let's get back into this. Interstellar, at Interstellar UAP on X, post this. Representative Tim Burchett, quote, it's time the government comes clean on UFOs. Alien emoji and spaceship emoji, or UFO emoji. He's seen classified pictures and videos of objects that, quote, defy any reason. Maneuvers no known human tech can match. Quote, we've seen too much, he says. If they released what I've seen, you'd be up at night. And here's a little piece of video.
Have I seen a craft or anything fly over me that was unidentifiable? No, sir, I have not personally. No, but I do believe I have to question why a pilot, some of the best in the world, would risk their reputations coming forth and telling me this stuff.
Even risking their careers.
All right, so my mom has been talking to me about aliens ever since I was a little kid. Keep in mind, she is that traditional Catholic mom. She has me convinced that these are absolute demons, totally shape-shifting. But I've heard some really good arguments about this being government technology that's been covered up. Merce, where do you come down?
I'm with your mother. The demons, for sure. And they're Democrat demons, and they're Democrat aliens.
Yes.
But I just want to say, I do think, look, President Trump, he wants this out in the public. He wants the transparency. He wants people to know the truth. I think there's so much curiosity around this whole issue that I say put it out there. Let's see if it's really true or if the aliens are truly demons.
Foldy, is this government conspiracy?
Well, I already discussed how we know that aliens are real because one of them is the governor of California, lizard person extraordinaire, Gavin Newsom. But whether it's Donald Trump or Tulsi Gabbard or whoever is declassifying these things, put out the documents. Your mom got you to believe in aliens. Joe Rogan got me to believe in aliens.
Those are two great American heroes, honestly, who want to search for the truth.
Yes.
I want to believe. Jason, do you want to believe?
I don't really care, to be honest. I think it's, as long as aliens aren't, if there are aliens, as long as they're not, causing trouble for us, then I don't think it's an issue. I think these are probably drones and other things in terms of encountering flying objects. I think, like you said, people want to believe. This is not, I don't think these are demons. I don't think these are anything like that, not making fun of anybody's belief system. But I think it's probably just people flying drones and things like that.
I hear you, man. I hear you. And hey, you never know. They might be. They might be. But now it stands to reason, though, if the Democrats have been working with aliens, it stands to reason that there would be opposing aliens. There would be aliens that oppose those other Democrat aliens. So they would have to be working with Republicans or conservatives. There would have it would stand to reason that if there are aliens that lean to one side, and then there are aliens that lean the opposite, and they would be opposed to each other. So and if one has come here, then I'm sure the other has followed suit. Hey, what are they messing with down there on that planet? We got to go check this out ourselves. It might be something that, would benefit us, So, and, maybe Donald Trump is in cahoots with the right leaning, aliens. That's why he wants to release all the information. Now, do I think they will come 100% clean in regards to information about aliens and what we really know and et cetera about them, et cetera? No, I don't think the 100% total truth and information will be put out there. They'll put out some of it. Information that is deemed, quote, safe. The big thing that the government has been worried about since this whole alien thing has been going on, is if they believe that if the full information was released, if we had, official first contact, where aliens actually show ourselves to the world, and make official contact with the leaders of the world or leaders of the U.S. or whatever the case may be, the world would freak out and panic. And as human beings, it's in our nature to fear and, not only fear, but also attack and attempt to destroy anything that's unknown. Anything that, seems to be a possible danger to us, whether it actually is or not. If it's unknown and it seems to be, a possible danger to us, human beings tend to attack it and try to destroy it, and et cetera. And, that may not be they may not be wanting to destroy us like all the movies show. And then again, maybe the movies have been tapping into this information that the public doesn't have, and kind of trying to prepare us and warn us that, hey, all the aliens out there so far have been, wanting to destroy us human beings and take over our planet or whatever the case may be. We just don't know. And I think that's where the government has gone wrong. I think that human beings could handle it because I mean the stories have been out there for so long that that I really think we've been prepared. You know we've accepted to some degree the possible existence of these beings and their ships and whatnot. Um, I don't think that it would create the panic that they think that it would. Now there would be some skepticism, and rightly so, as far as their motive for coming here or whatever. Especially among those who either were or know somebody who was supposedly abducted. Or have had some sort of contact with an alien ship or something of that nature. There are people that report not being abducted but having alien entities enter their homes, or approach them, etc. And there, I recall a story. I can't remember where it was, but an individual, I believe, was with the military, happened to walk up on an alien craft, and there were alien entities, alien creatures, whatever you want to call them, outside of the craft. Apparently, there was something wrong with it or something, and the person surprised them, and they jumped back in their ship, and he took off running, and they took off in their ship, and that was the end of the encounter. But it's I don't know. I think that the government should be 100% transparent on the whole question of aliens and UFOs, UAPs, whatever you want to call them. So it's entirely possible that they've been living amongst us, for ages, So, I mean, the odds of it actually being true are not zero. You know what I mean? So anyway, quote, "We just need to disclose it all," he said, noting that if the public had been given the same information he was in a recent briefing, that, quote, "this country would have come unglued, I think, if they would have heard all that I'd heard. The truth is that the government is not telling us everything about what's going on," Burchett said, according to Fox News, and they won't. Even at their most transparent, they won't give us everything. Some things have become a matter of national security. Now I know that probably a lot of you believe, as I do, that maybe we do have some downed alien craft, which would explain some of our huge leaps in technology. Because our technology, kind of gets to a plateau, where it's kind of just leveled off. We're not really making any very large advances. And then after so many years, boom, all of a sudden, it skyrockets. We take this huge leap in technology. We go from the Stone Age to Jetsons in, a matter of a couple of years. And I don't think that's how it works. Unless you have something that you've been studying while technology has plateaued, and you've finally figured out how it works, and you can duplicate it, or at least duplicate it to some extent. then technology jumps, because now you've reversed engineered this and you can make it work. So I don't know. That's one of my many theories. I have a lot of theories when it comes to UFOs, aliens, all of that. I have a lot of theories. I don't know which ones are correct, and I may never know in my lifetime what was actually correct. Hopefully at some point humanity will know. But anyway, quote, I believe there is something else going on. It's not ours. It's not the Russians. It's not China's. If either one of them had it, they would own us, even more so than China does now, he said. Quote, so I think the only other option is that it is something maybe not of this world or of this world that's been here for a while. And we're just not looking in the right places. I believe there's some people in the government that might have a clue about what it is. You can be sure. You can be sure. At some point, just put it out there and let people decide. Burchett said, adding that Americans, quote, could handle it. I think Americans could handle it. I think we have come to a point in our evolution. I think we've come to a point in our growth, in our intellectual evolution, etc. I think that as a species, human beings on Earth would be able to actually handle it because we've been primed, with all the abduction stories, with Ancient Aliens on the History Channel, all of that stuff, all the various different UFO shows on the History Channel and various other channels. Plus, little tidbits that the government leaks out here and there, just to kind of give people a little something to chew on, with all the books that have been written on the subject, movies that have been made on the subject. Granted, most of those movies are, they're coming to destroy the world and we have to defend ourselves, but, we've been primed, we've been prepared over decades. I think that humanity could actually handle it. Now, in the event that aliens were to present themselves to humanity, and basically maybe they've been studying us long enough that they have learned to speak English, maybe they've learned to speak and understand all languages, and they put out a simulcast in every language in the world message to Earth while they sit out. They've landed on the moon or something, and they're just waiting for a reply. They put out a message, and basically they want to set up a meeting on Earth with, the leader of Earth. Now, I could see there actually being battles and wars spurring up over who gets to be, in the eyes of the aliens, the leader of Earth. So, you know, but other than that, I think humans could actually handle having all the information that the government has, and being able to discern it for themselves, come to whatever conclusion they're going to come to on their own. That's my personal opinion. So, what do you all think? Let me know. Jump in that chat and let me know what you think.
Get in the chat now! The country is depending on it!
Little Tony says, get in the chat. Y'all jump in there. Talk to me. I don't think we're alone in the universe, Marilyn. I think we're extremely arrogant if we say that we are completely alone in this vast universe. Follow me here. Most conservatives, claim Christianity. Okay, some form of it, whether they be Catholic or Protestant, whether they be Baptist, Methodist, Lutheran, interdenominational, whatever, if generally conservatives claim to be Christians. Well, if you believe in the Bible, you believe that God created everything. He created the entire universe. He created our solar system. He created our galaxy, the Milky Way, amongst other galaxies. Okay. If humans are the only life that he created, what was the sense in creating this vast, vast, vast universe? I mean, we can't even fathom the entirety of the universe. I mean, at this point, we cannot even fathom, we can't even imagine the actual entirety of this universe. And we have, as I said earlier, we have discovered that there are millions upon millions of planets like ours that have the building blocks of life on them in a similar manner as Earth. They're in the so-called Goldilocks zone, while they travel around their star. So they're perfect candidates for there being life on that planet. And who's to say that life, hasn't, dedicated themselves to science and whatnot and has figured out interstellar travel, without it taking, generations to travel between stars, because we're talking billions and billions of miles between, stars, you know what I mean? So, I mean, that would take us many, many years to travel at our current technology. But who's to say, some other civilization, like I said, hasn't devoted themselves to science and figured out interstellar travel that wouldn't take, decades or even centuries to travel between stars. Maybe they've figured out the so-called warp, So, I mean, it seems kind of a waste. And I wouldn't expect that God would be all that wasteful. I wouldn't expect that he would create a whole bunch of stuff with nobody to use it, with nobody to, to experience it, When God put the first two humans on this planet, or the first two humans that were documented, there are theories that, Adam and Eve were not the first, but the first of God. I don't necessarily follow those theories, but when God put the first two humans on this planet, they put them in a place that for a lot of people these days would be sensory overload. I mean, he charged them with the task of naming literally everything, all the plants, all the animals, etc. And so they experienced, all manner of beauty, all manner of plants, all manner of, animals. They, sunsets, sunrises, sun shimmering off of the water. There were, apparently, according to the Bible, there were 3 rivers that conjoined inside the Garden of Eden. So he intended this planet, to be experienced, to be observed, to be, lived in, and according to the Bible, if you pay attention to what it does actually say in the Bible, he intended this planet, to be ours to experience, to live and live in and live with, So that being the case, if we created this vast universe with all these livable planets, theoretically, with all these livable planets, wouldn't he want somebody to experience those planets? Wouldn't he want somebody to live there and, give him the glory for what they're experiencing, what, the beauty and etc. that of God's creation, on that particular planet? I think so. So I mean, no matter how you look at it, I can't bring myself to believe that we are alone in the universe. Now the question is not necessarily are we alone in the universe. The question is, have they been visiting Earth? And to take it a little bit further, are they now living amongst us, maybe in disguise or whatever? Or are there other species in the universe that look, like us and have a very similar physiology? So now there have been descriptions of various different alien species that have visited, and been experienced by human beings. You have the little gray aliens with the almond-shaped head and, the big eyes and a little slit for a mouth and whatnot that everybody keeps drawing, The whole idea of the lizard people came from somebody who claimed to have been abducted by a species of lizard people. They had scaly skin like lizards and a little forked tongue and all that. And there've been drawings of said lizard people. And and you just heard in one of those videos that we just watched, Gavin Newsom is a lizard person. So, But anyway, y'all get in there, get in that chat, and let me know what you all think. Okay, jumping to a completely different subject. Pure evil. Congressman callously discusses his, quote, favorite kind of abortion. Kind of individual has, in the first place, a favorite way to murder babies. In my opinion, a very sick individual. The fact that those of us who pay even desultory attention to national politics know who Representative Shri Thanedar, are we all familiar with Shri Thanedar? The vile individual. Is and why he's important is an object lesson in the failure of our nation's political class, and it is. Thanedar is a Michigan Democrat who would be thoroughly unremarkable if it weren't for his stunts. This included one of the quixotic impeachment attempts not pursued against Donald Trump by Texas Representative Al Green. Green is another sign of our political failures, but he's at least deliberately entertaining. Thanedar is accidentally so, particularly after he's got intimidated into sort of kind of pulling the impeachment attempt by intentionally submitting it late after being intimidated by his party's establishment, so that he just looked like an idiot and not a coward. Thanedar has done plenty impeachment-wise to convince us he's an unserious man. He's talking about impeaching Trump again if the Democrats retake the House. He's filed articles of impeachment against Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth. I'm assuming that if you convinced him that Alfred E. Newman was a Trump cabinet member, he'd file articles of impeachment against him for not worrying enough. In the meantime, he can't name 5 parts of his own district. And by the way, if you get the Alfred E. Newman reference, we can be friends. In short, Representative Thanedar is the beau ideal of the modern political idiot animal of the donkey variety. Very, very focused on talking points, not so much on effective governance. It just so happens that he's inadvertently hilarious when what he's prattling on about isn't so serious. To this end, I direct you to a question posed by Representative Brandon Gill, a Texas Republican. It's supposed to be a rhetorical question for Democrats who have become obsessed with a woman's right to abort a child up until the moment of birth, no matter what. And here's lifenews.com at lifenewshq on X. She can't handle the truth about how abortion kills babies.
You're an advocate for abortion, for abortion policy. What's your favorite type of abortion?
I am an advocate for patients having access to the full realm of reproductive health care.
But do you have a preferred method of abortion that you like?
I do not.
Let me read through a couple different methods, and I want to get your take on how much you like these. The first type is called a suction abortion. This is
That's the most
when
common.
the cervix is dilated and a strong suction, 29 times the power of a household vacuum cleaner, tears the baby's body apart and sucks it through the hose into a container. Do you prefer that method?
I stand by my former testimony.
That sounds kind of gross, doesn't it? Sounds pretty gruesome. Do you agree? It does to me.
I stand by how I answered your question fully and accurately.
Okay, what about this one? This one is called dilation and curettage. After dilation of the cervix, a sharp looped knife is inserted into the uterus. The baby's body is cut into pieces and extracted, often by suction. Do you prefer that method?
What I believe we are here to talk about today is the FACE Act. We are not here to talk about
I'm
the
asking you, you're
legality
a
of
pro-abortion
abortion.
advocate. I'm asking if you prefer the
I'm
dilation and curettage method.
I am a access to reproductive health care advocate.
You don't want to talk about abortion itself. Why is that?
I would prefer to talk about the reason that the committee called the hearing.
Is it because it's uncomfortable to talk about?
Would prefer
It should be uncomfortable.
I would prefer, if you would let me finish my statement, to talk about the Freedom of Access to Clinic Entrances Act, which is
We're
what I
talking
was
about
asked to
what that
comment.
access
But
gets.
when you,
How about
when you
this one?
really
It's called
realize
dilation
how it's
and
actually
evacuation.
done, it's even more
Forceps are
horrific.
inserted into the uterus, grabbing and twisting the baby's body to dismember him or her. If the head is too large, it must be crushed in order to remove it. You prefer that method?
I would prefer to talk about the reason the hearing was called and the basis of my expert testimony.
It's uncomfortable to hear this, isn't it? It is. I think it is, because it's barbaric and evil. How about this one? It's called the saline injection. It's when a 20% salt solution is injected through the mother's abdomen into the baby's amniotic fluid. The baby's skin is burned off. The baby ingests the solution and dies of salt poisoning, dehydration, and hemorrhaging of the brain. Do you prefer that method?
I would prefer to talk about the subject of the hearing.
This is the subject of the hearing. This is about protests outside of abortion clinics. I'm asking you about abortion.
I stand by my prior testimony.
Okay. I wouldn't want to talk about this either if I were you, because it is barbaric and evil.
It is very much so. I mean, especially once you know how it is done. You know, he described a few methods, and the most common were the first two. Those are the most commonly used methods. So, and they in and of themselves are pretty barbaric, pretty horrific. If you know, when you visualize what is actually happening when they're doing that, because they're visualizing it, they're actually watching it on a screen as they do it. Some really messed up individuals to be able to actually do that. You know, very, very messed up individuals. You know, tell me they're not. You know, I'll tell you, you're a liar. I don't, you know, I don't know of too many people that would actually be able to go through with doing to a baby what they do on a daily basis. You know, I don't think there would be very many people. It takes a special type of person, a twisted, evil type of person, to be able to do that. You know, this went viral because, of course, there's no good answer about what one's quote favorite type of abortion is, which exposes just how morally depraved the sanitization of the act of murdering the unborn has become. Thanedar took this clip and said it was an example of, quote, the party of creepy men in an ex post on Tuesday. In addition to not being able to name 5 parts of his own district, I'm assuming Representative Thanedar cannot name what former Representative Eric Swalwell has been up to lately. So Gill asked him the question, quote, which abortion is your favorite? The one where the unborn baby's body is crushed and sucked out with a hose? Or the one where the baby is cut apart with a knife? Please enlighten us. Brandon Gill posted on X, which abortion is your favorite? The one where the unborn baby's body is crushed and sucked out with a hose, or the one where the baby is cut apart with a knife? Please enlighten us. He was speaking to Congressman Sri Thanedar because he quoted his tweet. Now, here's a simple tip for Democrats who end up getting annoyed at how they're portrayed in conservative media. If you don't want the coverage, this is where you shut up. Just shut up. I have said this in what feels like 1,000 articles. I'm not generally on the Sri Thanedar beat. I don't wake up in the morning thinking to myself, hey, I wonder what that crazy Michigan guy who looks like he has the worst toupee maker in the Midwest is saying. Thanedar said his piece. Gill said his. If everyone shuts up here, just shuts up, there's nothing to write about. At this moment, had that happened, I'm probably typing a piece about Mike Vrabel buying his wife a cheap makeup gift at Salt Lake City Airport after getting caught cheating with that reporter for The Athletic. Seriously, Mike, loungewear? In other words, take this as another object lesson, Democrats. Because not only did Thanedar not shut up, he answered what his favorite part of abortion was. All of it. Because unborn babies are disposable. Here's Congressman Sri Thanedar. On X, my favorite kind of abortion is the kind that's safe, legal, accessible, and none of your damn business to regulate. And no amount of fear mongering by describing what goes on to a half-ounce fetus with no consciousness, self-awareness, or feeling of pain is going to change that. Yeah, I have heard about that too. I have actually heard about that. Right, you're exactly right, Marilyn. Yep, he did. And there is the requoting of what I just read. I'm not even going to go into the erroneously asserted fact that the unborn have, quote, no consciousness, self-awareness, or feeling of pain, which is not only provably false, but actually more true for patients under anesthesia. I'd ask Representative Thanedar if it'd be okay to murder them, but I'd be afraid. One, he'd actually answer, and two, that answer would prove far more dispiriting than I would hope for. Notice, too, how they've thrown the, quote, rare part out of the abortion trinity that the Democrats used to preach, along with, quote, safe and legal. To Thanedar, it's safe and legal, and his favorite part is all the gruesome things that Representative Gill talked about abortionists doing their human abattoirs, which would happen as often as possible. There was plenty of pushback from the conservative lawmakers and pundits at this statement, including a Princeton professor who called it, quote, monstrous. And here is that post, Robert P. George at McCormick Prof on X. This is monstrous, Congressman Thanedar. We have our dignity and basic rights, human rights, in virtue of our humanity, not age, size, or stage of development. Any more than race, sex, or ethnicity, human dignity is inherited, not acquired. All of us have it, and we have it from God. That's my finishing of that sentence. Congressman Addison McDowell at Rep. McDowell on X. Today, because I'm in Washington, I had to FaceTime in for the ultrasound of our new baby. It is unconscionable to describe what I saw today as anything other than a beautiful baby made in God's image. I saw little hands, little feet, a heart, a brain. I saw my daughter, and that is the case. You know, when you see that, you know, that ultrasound of your child, you know, that is what you see. You know, you see the little hands, you see the little feet, you see the movement, you see the kicking, you see all of that. You know, but above all, you see your child, your offspring. You know, and how could anybody see that and know that, you know, that is part of them, and then want to murder it, want to literally, utterly destroy it, because that's what abortion does. It literally destroys that little life in that little body completely. Vittorio on X at Inter Intellectus, Iter Intellectus on X, ignoring, quote, my favorite kind of abortion, which is only something a genuine psychopath would say. There's no, quote, safe abortion, since all of them involve the murder of a child. You know, is it safe for that baby inside of the mother? You know, no, it's not. They end up in the death of that child. You know, the death and dismemberment of that child, by the way. Hope that helps. What's sad is that this monstrousness is probably an inherent political virtue for most Democrats, but they know better than to actually say it. In that one way only, Thanedar is a success. His utter lack of filter exposes the abject failure of our nation's political class, especially its amorality. For America's independents and swing voters, remember that when you close the curtain behind you at the voting booth this November, a key difference between this ghoul and the rest of his party is that he doesn't know when to shut up. For that and that alone, we can be grateful to this man, or that this man is still in elected office, because he has no filter. He doesn't know when to shut up. He says the quiet part out loud. So, let me know what you all think about this. Y'all are just so freaking talkative out there. I can't handle it. Let me know all of your thoughts about this, and any of these articles. Because the whole point is, of Big Tony Speaks is, to have a conversation, for you all to chime in with your opinions and your thoughts, and we have a discussion. All right. Let me get a swig of my water here. Starting to get kind of dry. Liberal insanity. I thought that was what we just went over, is liberal insanity. Oh, well, there's more apparently. Michigan town spends $18,000 in taxpayer cash to rip out over 600, quote, racist signs. Now, what are these racist signs? Well, they're neighborhood watch signs. Neighborhood watch signs play a part in repelling would-be burglars, because it tells them, hey, we have a neighborhood watch. Our neighborhood watch is keeping an eye on this neighborhood and will contact law enforcement in the instance of the slightest out of the ordinary actions by people that they don't recognize. The mayor calls them, quote, expressions of exclusion. So who are we excluding with neighborhood watch signs? Criminals? They're expressions of exclusionary expressions of exclusion of a criminal, of a possible burglar, possible serial killer, possible murderer, possible car thief, possible rapist, possible child molester, possible child trafficker who is planning to abduct children in the neighborhood. These are the people that we're excluding, and I'm supposed to be worried about it? What? Oh, you're being exclusionary. Well, yeah, we don't want those type of people in our neighborhood. We don't want people coming and stealing from us, or killing us, or raping, or kidnapping, or any of that. No, we don't want that. So of course it's exclusionary. Not everything that's exclusionary is bad. Liberals exclude conservatives. Liberals exclude white people. I mean, liberals exclude anything that they don't agree with. Heck, in some cases, liberals exclude each other. So because the mayor believes these neighborhood watch signs that simply generally say neighborhood watch, and they usually have a little picture of a bad guy with your loot and a circle and a cross through it, a line through it, something of that nature. Or they have a picture of McGruff the crime dog, if you remember him, taking a bite out of crime. Or something of that nature. It's not, they're not inherently racist at all. Now see, the only way that those signs are racist, because they exclude criminals, is if you believe that the minorities and the LGBTQ, and all of the liberal left, the so-called progressive left, etc., all of the liberal left are criminals. Then it would be exclusionary, because we exclude criminals in our neighborhoods. I would venture a guess that they do the same in their neighborhoods. They exclude criminals because they want to keep their lives. They want to not be kidnapped. They want to not be murdered, raped, stolen from. They want to keep their cars intact, etc. They want to not have their homes vandalized or destroyed. I would kind of assume that that's what they want for themselves. I mean, but a sign stating that you have a neighborhood watch, and that neighborhood watch is exclusionary of criminals, is racist. So you're assuming that all criminals are racist. I mean, are all criminals are minorities. That's your thought process that you have to be using to come to the conclusion that a neighborhood watch sign that tells you this neighborhood excludes criminals, is racist. Let's go ahead and get into the article. The liberal city of Ann Arbor, Michigan, has spent $18,000 in taxpayer funds to remove more than 600, quote, neighborhood watch signs after city officials declare the crime prevention signs, quote, expressions of exclusion that allegedly promote racial profiling and make people of color feel, quote, unwelcome. Well, they would only feel unwelcome to a neighborhood watch sign if they are criminals. And a neighborhood watch sign does not in any way denote racial profiling. What you're profiling is suspicious activity. Someone from outside the neighborhood is sneaking around in your neighborhood late at night, dressed all in black, maybe has a mask on and gloves, and is acting suspiciously around a home, looking like they're about to break into it for whatever nefarious reason, they are planning to do this. That is activity that is suspicious and should be reported to law enforcement. And that's what neighborhood watches are taught to look for: suspicious activity. They're not racially profiling anyone. Now, if said criminal or suspected criminal is not wearing something covering their ethnicity, or the fact that whether they're male or female, then those are going to be things included in the description of that person. Has nothing to do with profiling, has everything to do with identifying the suspected criminal. Because you just say there's a man out there, or there's a woman out there, or whatever, or there's a they them out there that I have no idea what their pronouns are, and I don't know what color they are, etc. Then the cops are going to laugh at it and not do anything about it. Somebody's probably going to get robbed or killed or kidnapped or whatever. And that's all laid at the feet of, liberal ideology. You have to give an accurate description if you want something to be done about the situation. Therefore, you have to describe them. It was a black man, in his what looked to be about his 30s, maybe early 40s, and he was 6 feet tall and kind of an average built, maybe a little skinny. He was wearing these clothes, and oh, and by the way, he had some expensive Air Jordans on. I mean, identifying traits so that the police can go and, hey, I have this description written down. I'm going to ride through and see if I see anybody acting suspiciously, prowling around homes or cars or whatever, maybe looking in windows or what have you, and matching this description. Yeah, they are actually generally white, because the background of the sign is white and the drawing is usually kind of like an outline, So they are generally depicted as white, simply because the company that made them, was making them as cheaply as possible. So, but yes, they are generally white. So, but yeah, I mean, there is no racism in neighborhood watches or their signs. They don't promote racial profiling. In excuse me. Oh, here in a minute, a frog's going to jump out. The signs were yanked from yards and public spaces by city crews over the past few weeks, with the final one removed last week. Ann Arbor Mayor Christopher Taylor personally helped remove the last sign alongside 2 city council members, kind of a ceremony, if you will. In a video statement posted to Instagram, to Virtue Signal, of course, Taylor declared, quote, "Frankly, neighborhood watch signs are an expression of exclusion, and they're inconsistent with our values. Ann Arbor is a welcoming community, sanctuary city. We don't want to push people away." Well, yeah, we do. We want to welcome folks in, non-criminals. But if they're in my neighborhood acting suspiciously, yes, I want to push them away. I want them to go somewhere else, preferably to jail, you know. I want law abiding folks in my neighborhood. And, and as many of you know, I live in the ghetto, so the majority of the folks in my neighborhood are not necessarily law abiding. So here we have a video.
Briefly, neighborhood watch signs are expressions of exclusion, and they're inconsistent with their values. Ann Arbor is a welcoming community. We don't want to push people away. We want to welcome folks in.
There are people that look like me and those in my community that have been questioned, quite frankly, in their own neighborhood by others, wondering what they're doing there. This is just representative of our values and how we want people to feel.
They were not connected to any existing public safety program today. In fact, it's been defunct for decades. And it really harkens back to a time when public safety was about exclusion, was about monitoring and surveilling who belonged in a neighborhood and who did not. And that is not how we do public safety in Ann Arbor today. We are a welcoming community, and we don't want our signage to message to people who are visiting that they don't belong, because they do.
We do welcome everyone to the city of Ann Arbor, but most importantly, we want everyone to feel welcome. And just the removal of these signs is a huge step in that direction.
No, it's not. It's an invitation to criminals. Exactly. It is straight up an invitation to criminals. And she did. But it is an invitation to criminals. Hey, welcome to our neighborhood. Come right on in. Steal from us. Kill. What is going on, Aunt? But I mean, and the one lady talking about, the neighborhood watch program has been defunct for decades. Well, whose fault is that? That is directly the fault of the citizens. They got lazy. That is directly the fault of the citizens. Because Neighborhood Watch is an organization made up of citizens. In your neighborhood. There's a Neighborhood Watch here in the ghetto. Of course, they're not watching out for crime. In fact, in many cases, they're watching out for the cops. But there is, kind of a growing movement towards actual law enforcement here in the ghetto. More and more people are becoming more willing in my neighborhood to call the police when there's suspicious activity. Exactly. That is my opinion. 100%. They haven't suffered enough. They haven't suffered enough if they aren't willing to police their own neighborhoods. Exactly, 100%. If you're not willing to protect your own neighborhood, and see here, the thing is, being part of a neighborhood watch doesn't mean you got to go out and try to subdue the criminal. It means you put eyes on somebody who is acting suspicious in your neighborhood. You call the police, let the police come and check it out. Now, you might want to kind of keep eyes on that criminal, so you can, when the police show up, you can maybe run out, lean in the window and say, yeah, he's right over there. you know, of course, before you lean in the window of a cop car, introduce yourself and, hey, I'm with the neighborhood watch. I'm the one that called, but he's right over there, if they have any questions about, what was he doing, or, or can you reiterate your description, you give them that information and they can go from there, at the very least, they can run that individual out of your neighborhood. So, I mean, this to me, is just insane. The whole racism thing, it's just an excuse to make your city more and more lawless. Because you heard we're a welcoming city. Welcoming city is just code for sanctuary city. And in sanctuary cities, they don't enforce the law. Only in situations where they are being forced by the public to enforce the law. And that right there on your screen is the announcement. The city of Ann Arbor government, at the direction of the City Council, Ann Arbor has completed the citywide removal of more than 600 neighborhood watch signs. The Neighborhood Watch program, which emerged in the 70s during a period of national anxiety about crime and social change, is defunct, and research shows such signage does not reduce crime. Actually, it shows the opposite. The signage of neighborhood watches, along with signage, of alarms on a home and stickers on the windows showing an alarm in the home, does actually reduce crime. It reduces break-ins and etc. because criminals want an easy target. They don't want to have to deal with an alarm system or a pesky, nosy neighborhood watch. So they will move on to the easier targets. Wales supporter logo by your name. It means that you have donated. I don't think it necessarily means this particular channel, but yeah, you have a special one if you're donating to a channel that you're a member of. So, I mean, if the normal, yeah, it is. The Locals is a red tower, yeah. But yeah, the normal one, the one, that you've seen, probably more than likely is just saying that you've donated, that you're a known person that has actually made donations. So Council member Cynthia Harrison, who is Black, strongly supported the removal. I really don't care whether or not she's Black. She's a liberal, and obviously she supported it. Her color doesn't matter in this story. In the announcement video, Harrison stated, quote, "There are people that look like me and those from my community that have been questioned, quite frankly, in their own neighborhood by others, wondering what they're doing there. If they don't recognize you, they have the right to, hey, who are you? Why are you here? Right? As I said earlier, in this story, the only reason that you have to not want a neighborhood watch is if you're a criminal. That's the only reason you have to be worried about it, is if you're a criminal, because a neighborhood watch simply denotes that people are watching for suspicious activity in order to keep their neighborhood safe. It does not denote any type of racial profiling. It doesn't denote any type of prejudice or discrimination. Um, are you a premium Rumble user, Elf? Quote, "This is just representative of our values and how we want people to feel in Ann Arbor. You want them to feel like there is no law and order." You're not? Okay. Generally, premium members will get the check mark. Mm. Now there are other types of check marks that you can get on Rumble, and I don't know the requirements to get each of those. I assume that they have a much larger cost. That's the whale is a donor. Mm. We do welcome everyone to the city of Ann Arbor, but most importantly, we want everyone to feel welcome. And just the removal of these signs is a huge step in that direction. Yeah, it's going to most definitely make criminals feel welcome. And it was a unanimous decision. The city council voted 10-0 in December to direct staff to remove every single neighborhood watch sign by July 15th. Officials unanimously approved the $18,000 expenditure earlier this year, drawing the money from the city's general cash reserves rather than from the police or street maintenance budgets. Ann Arbor officials claim the Neighborhood Watch program, launched nationwide in the 70s amid rising crime concerns, has been, quote, defunct and inactive for decades. No, it still exists. And many, many, many police departments around the country support it, and will support anyone starting a neighborhood watch if there is none in their neighborhood. Yes. Yes, you have to be a premium member. They may have been they may have been a previous premium member and just didn't re-up their premium, and still are creators, etc. I mean, you can post videos without being premium, but if you want to actually be recognized as a creator on Rumble, you have to have the premium. You can, anybody can post videos on Rumble. Whatever. But to actually be a creator on Rumble, a Rumble creator, and access more of the money-making opportunities entailed in being an actual recognized creator, you have to have the premium. I have it. But before I had it, I was posting videos and stuff. I was actually recording videos and posting them, rather than actually being live. And then I said, well, why don't I just do this live? It'd be a whole lot easier, and then I became a creator on Rumble and joined the premium, and I've been premium ever since. I've been a creator ever since. And being a creator opens you up to more money-making opportunities. Now, to your comment, Ant, when a crow holds a grudge against someone who's wronged them, they are considered intelligent and cool. But when I do it, I'm called a racist bigot. Well, yeah, that's true. That is true. These days, anyway. That is absolutely true. But the question is, why are you holding a grudge? That's that really explains a lot of things. I mean, if you are holding a grudge for a so-called racist reason, then maybe you are. But if you're holding a grudge, even if it is towards somebody of another race, but if you're holding it for a legitimate reason, then that's not necessarily racist. It doesn't make you a bigot. It just makes you somebody that holds a grudge. People of all colors, creeds, etc., hold grudges. It's part of human nature. And according to the Bible, it's something that we have to strive not to do. We don't hold grudges. Now, that doesn't mean that when you forgive someone that you forget what they did. You're supposed to forgive, but you don't necessarily forget, because if you forget, then they might do it again. You are told to be smart, as well as be forgiving. She said, these programs were often rooted in assumptions about who did and did not belong in the neighborhood. Well, that is true, but it doesn't mean necessarily race. Now, if it is a 100% white neighborhood and a black individual is in the neighborhood late at night, peeking in windows and snooping around people's cars, well, they're probably not in that neighborhood for a good reason. They're probably in that neighborhood for nefarious reasons, and should have the cops called on them and be questioned. Now, in the Neighborhood Watch program, they are told not to approach a suspect, someone who is acting suspicious. They're told to contact local law enforcement. Not any that I saw today, but I don't even count Portland. Portland is just Portland. It's ate up with Antifa and all that BS. I don't even count Portland when I talk about what's going on in the country, because it just gets old, because it's the same thing over and over again. They have been literally doing the same stuff every day, pretty much. Sometimes it's a little worse than others, but still the same stuff. For so long now, it's old news. It's old. Really don't care about Portland. Portland can drop off the map for all I care. I have suggested many times that we should give California back to Mexico, and throw in Oregon and Washington with it as well. Just here's a couple of gifts to go along with California, and we just put up a wall, continue it from the southern border, put it right up along those borders as well. A nuclear exchange would improve Portland. Well, it might. I don't know. But yeah, then you also have to, the rest of the country would have to deal with that fallout and et cetera, the radioactivity and whatnot. So that probably wouldn't be the wisest move, to go nuclear right here on our own continent. So I mean, but I've said many times, we just put up a border wall right up the border of California, right on up the border of Oregon and Washington State. Run that at the border of Canada. We can run it alongside the Canadian border there, and out to the ocean. And give that whole territory, just give it to Mexico. And they would still benefit from the protection from the United States, because they're literally attached until that big, huge earthquake comes that they drop off into the sea. Because that a large portion of that region is a shelf; it's not anchored. So when the big one comes, they just drop off into the sea, and then we can be like Mr. Gorbachev and tear down that wall. Oh yeah, we could give woke Seattle and Washington to Canada. They're woke anyway. Here, have a couple more territories. We don't want them. Those will be some really funky borders. Well, you have to look at the history between those two bombs being dropped and now. Because a lot of stuff happened after those bombs were dropped and everything. I mean, a lot of stuff that wasn't necessarily all that good. So they went through some stuff. Let me tell you. But I mean, But the thing is, the thing is though, is we don't want to harm our homeland. We don't want to harm our contiguous United States. And if California, Oregon, and Washington are no longer part of the United States, they're still attached. So if we were to, nuke them, turn them into glass or whatever, it would still harm the contiguous United States. And it would also, some of that fallout would go to Canada and, etc. So, we want to keep the harm away from our homeland. So we have to find some other means by which to separate them from us. Which is why I say that we should just build a wall right up the border, give what's on the other side of the wall to Mexico, or we give them all warnings that they may need to go somewhere else because it's not going to be pretty, and we set off explosives in the fault lines that run the length of California. Give them a certain amount of time, which they need to travel to some other destination. They cannot migrate to the United States. After the deadline, then we detonate explosives inside the fault lines and create that big earthquake that separates California from the rest of the country. And I believe that fault line also runs right up Washington and Oregon as well. Cause Yellowstone to erupt. The Yellowstone caldera, as it has been called, it's due for an eruption. That's what all the scientists are saying. Is it's become volatile. In fact, last I heard, they were actually not allowing tourists to go into that area, because of it becoming rather volatile. But the scientists, the ones that are there studying the Yellowstone caldera and etc., have said that it is way overdue for an eruption. Many of those scientists are trying to study ways of relieving the pressure that might cause an eruption. So I mean, but then again, allowing it to erupt might unify this country. Might because it would be a countrywide disaster. It might actually unify the people. Right? It's all about the shekels. Absolutely. Look. Al Gore didn't start the whole climate thing. I'm sure he claims that was his discovery, but no, it's been going on for Lord. Back into the 1800s, there were scientists screaming about so-called climate change, and it has gone back and forth between, in about 10 to 12 years, we're going to experience an ice age. In about 10 to 12 years, the polar ice caps are going to completely melt and everything's going to be flooded. It has been going back and forth between that pretty much every 10 to 12 years. And it has never happened. It's just so-called climate change is a natural cycle of the earth. It warms, it cools, and now eventually it's gonna do one or the other. It's gonna have another ice age or have another fire age. But if and when it does happen, it's a natural cycle of the earth. It's not, are we making it worse on ourselves? Yes. With all the stuff that we put into the atmosphere, all the pollution and chemicals and et cetera, gases and whatnot. Sure, we're making it, a little harder on ourselves as human beings. But we're not causing climate change. We're not, no, it's a natural cycle of the earth. Maybe, Elf. It may be. But it's not something that like we are causing. Now we're, as far as the comfort factor, yes, we're making it much worse on ourselves. Oh yeah, but we're not creating the situation of so-called climate change. It's just a natural cycle of the earth. The earth is doing its thing, and we're making it more uncomfortable for ourselves. With the whole warming and cooling thing, though, the earth is going through its natural cycles. So burn coal and oil to stop global cooling. I hear you. Where did my... There we go. I lost my control panel. Yeah, look, we have figured out how to burn coal and oil cleanly, or as cleanly as it can possibly be burned. There's going to be some pollution, but the United States has figured out how to burn those things the cleanest that it can possibly be with current technologies, and that's pretty darn clean. We've eliminated the majority of the pollutants. So and coal and oil are the most efficient currently source of energy that we have. Wind, not efficient at all. It actually costs way more money than it saves us, and way more than energy that it produces. Solar is not, the technology is sound, but it is not there yet. Eventually at some point, it may, get to the point where it's a viable technology, but currently it's not. Now it can exist alongside of fossil fuels, coal and oil, etc., and it would help out. but it takes up too much area. I mean, right, right. Yeah, well, I mean, pretty much every country in the world, with the exception of China, they don't really hardly do anything to clean up their emissions or anything. But pretty much every other country in the world, every developed country, does the same thing. They try to, you know, to get the cleanest emissions from their factories and their cars and etc. While at the same time, continue to pollute the earth and the air and etc. You know, so I mean, it's a crazy thing, truthfully and honestly. But see, here's the thing. The UK, the EU, and the US were offsetting or warmongering. Maybe so. But the UK, the EU, and the US, and we'll throw Japan in there and Australia, we'll throw them into, all account for roughly about 5% of the pollutants. You can eliminate all pollutants, stop all emissions, all all pollution of the air, water, earth, everything from the United States, Australia, the EU, UK, Japan, and we only represent, roughly about 5 to 7% of the pollution, and so truthfully and honestly, the efforts that are going on, etc., are meaningless, really. I mean, the countries in the world that are responsible for the majority of the pollutants aren't doing anything about it. So and with that being the case, yet once again, I tell you that humanity is not creating global warming or global cooling, or climate change in general, for that matter. It is, it is a natural cycle of the earth. We can't stop the natural cycles of the earth. Now, there are things we can do to make things more comfortable as a human race, or globally, that would make things more comfortable for us as the earth goes through its natural cycles, but but that being said, nobody wants to hear that. They want to lay blame because it's, a political talking point. Both sides want to lay blame on the other side, for climate change, global warming, whatever. A good contingent of conservatives, are like myself, and and freely, discuss the fact that it is not, climate change is not a human created problem. Now, it is true that our ozone layer has a hole in it, and it is suspected. We don't have actual proof. It is suspected that humans may have caused at least part of that. Right, exactly. Yeah, you have to make it scary. That's right. Exactly. But it's true that there is a hole in our ozone layer. However, it is also true that that hole in said ozone layer is healing itself. It's getting smaller. The aliens are sucking our ozone. Maybe so. Maybe so. They're sucking out all our ozone. Maybe they actually breathe ozone, and their planet is depleted, so they have to find other planets and siphon off all of the ozone. but yeah, that ozone, the hole in the ozone layer is actually healing itself. That's what they don't want you to know. They don't want you to know that it is actually getting smaller. It's healing itself. So but yeah, I mean, there's a lot of things regarding so-called climate change that the the supporters of climate change don't want to tell you. They don't want you to know. They don't want you to find out. They want to keep you ignorant so that they can keep you scared. If you're scared of it, then then you're going to be of the mind that we need to do something about it. you know Mm. Yeah, probably. I mean, we are probably actually providing them with what they need, so that they can just invade, and make the human race their slaves or their food, or we're just cattle. you know you know I mean, and truthfully, you know a a civilization that has figured out, has advanced scientifically enough to figure out how to efficiently travel between stars, um, would probably look at us as we look at the monkeys. Okay, they would see us in the same way that we see, monkeys. And in some countries, monkeys are a delicacy. So, um, yeah, and yes, everything has to eat in some manner. You know, may not eat the same way that we do, may not eat the same food that we do, but everything has to eat. It has to replenish the fuel within its system that keeps them going, keeps their body, keeps them alive. Of course, then we could have, you know aliens visiting us that are, if we're going to talk about this alien thing, let's talk about it. Of course, we could have aliens visiting us. There are a race of sentient robots, and they are studying us, and and taking what is required for their equipment and themselves to continue to operate. So I mean, I have a whole bunch of Mr. Data, Lieutenant Commander Data, running around. Yeah. Studying the human race as he was. So I mean, but I mean, life could take the form, of just about anything. We don't know. That's the thing. Is intelligent people accept that they don't know and can't possibly know everything. They accept what they don't know. It's the fool that thinks he knows everything and doesn't accept what he doesn't know. Doesn't acknowledge that there are things that he or she doesn't know. So I mean, so you have to use your imagination. You have to accept that there are some things that are currently unknown. At one time, electricity was an unknown. We didn't know what electricity was or how it worked. Now, we control and harness electricity to light our homes, to cook our food, to cool us, with air conditioners, etc. Ah, okay. Well, see, I don't even pay any attention to the so-called No Kings protests, or any of their protests really anymore, because they're getting old. They're just getting old. They're doing nothing but identifying enemies of the state. They're showing themselves for what they are, which are communists. And as I've said before on the show, hang on, let's go into the big camera here. Oh, wrong one. All right, there we go. I've said before that at just about every one of these so-called protests that they do, they're not protests. They're not. They don't fit the definition of a protest. They're crimes. They're violating the law left and right. But at every single one of these protests, there are people walking around the outside of the perimeter of the crowd, handing out leaflets and asking, "Do you want to join the Communist Party?" And they are. There's footage upon footage upon footage of these people doing this. And as soon as they notice the cameras, they put their leaflets in their jacket and walk away. Oh, you saw nothing. Nothing going on here. They are getting smaller because they're losing their funding. And these billionaires and whatnot that have been, putting the funding in through their NGOs and all of that. They can only do that for so long. They're not willing to lose their wealth and their status and power. So they can only support that stuff for so long. And then they have to start pulling their money out. Well, here's the thing, most states and even cities and counties, etc., have laws, about people congregating like that. These liberal cities, the blue cities, sanctuary cities, mostly ignore those laws. See, most of your larger cities around the country, you're actually required, in order to have your little protest, you're required to pull a permit. You got to go down and get a permit to have your little protest. You got to get permission from the city, but most of these protests are not permitted. They don't have their legal permits. So but the liberal blue cities, they turn a blind eye to it. I don't know what you're talking about. But there are laws about forming up and congregating, etc. in most cities, especially the larger ones. As I said, the larger ones generally require that you pull a permit in order to hold any type of demonstration, whether that be in protest to something that the government did or whatever, or whether that be a celebration of some kind. You have to pull a permit. These and that's not the only laws that these so-called protests, they're not protests. But these so-called protests, they're breaking lots of laws. And those laws being broken are ignored. Exactly, that's what I'm saying. Yes, the powers that be in those cities, tell their police to stand down. Let them do it. And yes, it should be very concerning to every single person out there in the world, especially those who watch podcasts like this one. They should be extremely concerned about the lawlessness going on in these cities. They should be extremely concerned about open communism being practiced in these cities. You should also be extremely, extremely concerned with the spread of Islam, because they're working with and alongside the communists to take over this country. Oh yeah, every single city should have at least one Sheriff Grady Judd. Right. Right. They don't try to hide it. They don't try to hide the fact that they're communists. Not in the slightest. Mm. But yeah, I'm if you're wondering, I'm actually trying to pull up one of those posters right now. You're exactly right, Ant. If the local government fails to protect an American citizen's rights, the federal government can and should seize control of the rogue state. And yes, Lincoln did do it. Okay, that one says International Workers' Day. That one that I'm looking at this second. Let's see. Right. You're right, Marilyn. I'm fixing to share one. This is one from New York. I'm trying to. It's a little blurry, but here we go. Workers' rights, social justice, solidarity. Friday, May 1st, 2026, 11 a.m. May Day rally and march starting at the Lincoln statue on Springfield Avenue, Newark, New Jersey. March to the Federal Building on Broad Street. Hosted by the People's Organization for Progress. I can't tell what it looks like. A local union. Actually, it looks like a couple of local unions. Plus endorsing unions and organizations of the Martin Luther King People's Convention for Justice. That would be funny. That would be funny. No, I don't think so. It's blurry. I can't really. A lot of this is difficult to make out. Right. People's Organization for Progress. That's right. Nukes would solve. Nukes would solve the issue. Don't even have to be big ones. I hear you, buddy, but we can't drop nukes on our own soil, man. Wouldn't be good, wouldn't be proper, wouldn't be prudent, in the words of George Bush Sr. It would not be proper, wouldn't be prudent, not at this juncture. So, yeah, their plan is for people to skip work, skip school, not do any type of commerce on that day, having a so-called economic blackout. It may have been. I am not sure of it. It's too blurry for me to be able to tell. It may have been AFL-CIO, ELF. But yeah, their plan was to have a so-called economic blackout. I don't think anybody noticed any economic blackout. I didn't. But yeah, their plan was to hurt the economy and therefore get attention by having everybody skip out of school and don't go to work and not do any type of commerce, no shopping or anything like that on that day. And it doesn't seem to have worked. I saw no real articles about the pain that the United States felt due to their May Day economic blackout. So, I mean, they have all these big plans, but I don't know, they don't seem to, many of them don't seem to come to fruition. You know what I mean? They don't seem to ever work out the way they expect it to. Because I'm literally, looking at hundreds of different posters and flyers for the whole May Day thing. And, and a lot of them, say, varying different things, flex power, build power, May Day 2026, workers over billionaires, et cetera, worldwide mobilization. Our rights are under attack. We fight back, And there's a number of them. ICE out, legalization for all. Protest on May Day. I see pictures of people with no king signs. Again, I don't know what do they have against Stephen King? I thought he wrote some great books, and I thought he was one of theirs. So why are they protesting him? The U.S. doesn't have any kings. In fact, we fought to get away from kings. Yeah. I don't understand, But anyway. Okay. Right, right. We should have figured out a way to, cure cancer long before he died. Figure out the key to immortality. Keep him alive because he was single-handedly holding off communism. The Duke had it under control. But anyway. No shekels and a cure. Well, I mean, you could get it. You could create a cure and have it where it takes multiple doses, and and it's not going to be cheap. A cure is not going to be cheap. Treatment of something. You could get insurance to pay for that, but Okay, let me see if I can. If I can grab that. And let's see what happens. Wow. Marx, Engels, Lenin, Stalin, Mao. Wow. That's crazy. Hang on, I'll get it on the screen. I believe this is it. Yeah, there we go. Wow. Turn life into a subscription. As long as you pay, they won't kill you. Well, that's the Muslims. You know, if you refuse to convert to Islam, they're either going to kill you or you pay them a tax that that is not cheap, and they won't kill you. You're in their society, you know, you're by no means their equal, but you're still alive. Right. Right, Elf. I want to see something real quick. I am going to Okay, I just put it through AI to see if that was a genuine picture or not, and it says it is genuine. And it says that that many of the same signs and banners and etc. have been displayed at multiple leftist marches, pro-communist marches in the Philippines. It's common in their pro-communist marches to feature Karl Marx, Friedrich Engels, Vladimir Lenin, and Joseph Stalin, as well as Mao Zedong in their protests. Now, here in America, I kind of don't think marching with images of Mao, Stalin, Lenin, Engels, and Marx would go over very well. You know, they want people to support them. They don't want people to see them for what they really are and be against them. So, I mean, even though, you know, we know that this is what they believe, you know, this is what they follow. it is, in the U.S., having a march of this type on the Capitol and literally displaying these individuals, in the center, Mao, Stalin, Lenin, Engels, and Marx, would probably not go over very well. Well, they again, this nation has fought communism, for a long time, and there are many, many people that are still currently alive that can remember, the fight against communism, and still, support fighting against communism, and therefore, something a protest march like this, directly supporting communism outright out in the open, and displaying Chairman Mao, as well as Stalin, Lenin, Engels, and Marx, would spark rage across the nation, and it might not be too pretty. I kind of agree. I kind of agree. We should just annex in, Canada. I mean, and they know they can't really fight back. We could take it over and boot the French. Say see you later. Go back to France. Just as you said, take it in the name of national security. And really the same with Mexico. I mean, a large chunk of the United States used to be Mexico. So, I mean, well, the sad thing is, very few people actually know history, and know the things that went on in history. It should be highly alarming that this is going on at all, whether inside the United States, which it is. It's just not out in the open as much as say a protest like this one in the picture. And it should be alarming that that these kind of protests are happening. And it's really because people have forgotten the realities of communism. They've forgotten, how many people died due to communism, under these very leaders. It's sickening that because they don't really know, they think that this what they're protesting for, communism, would be a good thing. I mean, and sure, looking at communism on paper might actually look kind of good, but see that on paper fails to incorporate human nature and other variables that that are the exact reason why communism never really works. And I mean, and even in countries that are currently communist, it's not actually working. They put forth the appearance, or they try to put forth the appearance that it's working, but it's not working. You know, when you start digging, you start seeing where, you know, the cracks in their plan, you know, the communist plan. It's not working, and most communist societies actually have to incorporate other styles of government and economics and et cetera, in order to patch the holes here and there where it is starting to break apart, you know, and those patches hold for a while, but eventually, you know, communism is going to fail. At some point, you know, you even have to straight up patch it with capitalism, you know, and but of course you spin it, you know, as it, oh no, it's not really capitalism, you know, and you know, eventually it fails. But truthfully, if we did decide to make some kind of alliance with Russia, there's not a country on this planet that could stop us. You know, I mean, being truthfully honest, you know, if if we did decide to do that, you know, there's not a country on the planet that could stop us, you know, and especially not Great Britain. You know, the UK, absolutely not. Mm. Yeah, that's why trade is so important, Elf. That's why trade is so important to countries around the world. You know, and that is why when Trump imposed the tariffs, these countries were willing to take on those tariffs just to keep their trade up. And they were willing to move their companies into the United States just, you know, to keep their trade going. For example, in CCP in China, communist China, it's required if you do business, whether you're a Chinese company or, you know, country from any country around the world, you're a company from, say, America or Australia or whatever. If you're gonna have a factory inside China and do business inside China, the government, the Chinese Communist Party, has to own a portion of your company. You know, and you know, at that point, they have influence on your company. They can steal your proprietary designs and etc. and make them in their factories for pennies on the dollar, you know, compared to your products. And you know, that's, you know, that's how they make their money, is by, you know, by stealing technology and reverse engineering it and putting it out for pennies on the dollar, you know, price points. You know, people want their cheap stuff. I got to have my cheap stuff. You know, that's, you know, that's why so many people were, you know, upset about the tariffs and etc. Is, but my cheap stuff, my cheap stuff. I got to have my cheap stuff. Well, there was a time here in the United States when you were proud to have that label or that stamp on it that says "Made in the USA." There was a time when you were willing to pay the little bit extra that it cost to get something made in the USA. We've forgotten that. We've lost that in lieu of my cheap stuff. you know but anyway, well, of course they are. Of course they're erecting Lenin statues in Ukraine because, well, they're slowly taking it over. That Ukraine is not winning. Russia is winning. They're slowly taking over the Ukraine, which, by the way, Ukraine used to be a part of Russia. That's why they're they're even invading in the first place. They want some of their territory back. The main goal is to gain control of the ports, instead of having to share. They want to gain control of them. And a union between China and Russia has been happening for a long time. By the way, it didn't just happen. It's not something new. That's been going on for a long time. They've had their disagreements and stuff, but these things happen. You know, you're right. You're right. They did. Yeah, and they are. However, there are times when the enemy of my enemy is my friend. You know, philosophy comes into play, but they are still the enemy. most assuredly. The Cold War never ended. I don't care what anybody says. The Cold War never ended. Well, see, here's the thing, Elf. You talk about questioning, how China has been so successful at subverting us with communism. Well, see, throughout World War II, communism and Nazism existed, and in fact, before World War II, they existed inside the United States. They had a presence, and they had actually a fairly large presence inside the United States, and they still do. That hasn't gone away. The National Socialist Party, the Nazis, and the Communist Party, have existed and still exist inside the United States. So I mean, it's quite easy, to work from within to subvert, the people of a country. And I can guarantee you there are way more Russian as well as Chinese operatives inside the United States than you realize. We know it. Our government knows they're here. They know what their objective is. Now at the present time, there are many within our government that are sympathetic, which is a problem. Especially because many in our Congress are sympathetic. That's something needs to be done about. They're mainly meth is easy to make without needing provision from China. What they need provision from China for is for drugs such as fentanyl. Meth is really easy to make. That's why it's been so prolific here in the United States, is because it is easy to make. I can guarantee you that there are more than that. Newish drug. What newish drug? Are you talking about fentanyl? That's not new. It's old. It's way old. In the 80s, I was living with someone who sold fentanyl. So which one is it? Flocka, oh, Trank, shit, what's that other one? I can't remember. Mm. Trank, okay, yeah. Even that's not new. It just wasn't popular. These most of these drugs that are going around today went around a long time ago. They just weren't popular, and nowadays, people are kind of rediscovering it. You know, and oh well, this is new. Let's do this. Let's become zombies on the street, standing around. Mostly unconscious, bent over. Or twisted into contortions that your body can't naturally do. you know right. um yeah, these days, what doesn't have fentanyl in it? I mean, yeah, I mean, Trank is most commonly a combination of xylazine, which I know that to be a sedative used for animals in a veterinary setting, um, and fentanyl. Um, and then, of course, they throw other stuff in there. Um, Fentanyl itself is and I know this from when I lived with the lady that sold fentanyl. It's a nervous system depressant. Um, um, and xylazine is unlike fentanyl. It's not opioid. It it increases and prolongs the effects of fentanyl. It makes it way stronger. Mm, mm, mm. And sometimes sometimes I think they mix some cocaine into the mix as well. But the mixture, well, fentanyl by itself is horrible on the human body, but the mixture causes all kinds of horrible side effects and etc. Things like skin wounds that become what they call necrotic. The skin is dying literally. Of course, I'm sure we've all seen the videos, and sometimes some people may have actually seen it on the streets. The intense sedation where they literally are out cold, standing up, or well, in the fentanyl pose where they're bent over at the waist and they're unconscious. It also affects your heart. It could slow your heart rate down to dangerous levels. Your heart could literally just stop beating on that stuff. And any overdose that is includes the drug is mixed with xylazine doesn't respond to the Narcan. You can shoot them all day long with the Narcan, and the person won't respond. So but yeah, these days, like you said, Elf, what doesn't have fentanyl in it? I mean, they're putting fentanyl in just about everything, even weed. I really don't understand that, personally. I don't know who thinks that, Elf. I don't know anybody that thinks that Russia is some kind of conservative Christian bastion. In fact, historically, Russia has worked to eliminate as much as they can eliminate Christianity from their country. So no, communism is way more than just economics. No, it's not just economics. Economics wouldn't have taken so many freaking lives that have been taken throughout history by communism. People didn't just starve to death. There were actually many, many, many people murdered under the auspices of communism. Right, exactly, Ant. The wall fell, but they're still around and they are growing. I don't understand how, but right. But see, that's the growth of communism is something that we should be aware of and we should be vigilant about, and we should be insistent that the powers that be here in the United States continue to combat communism. They should reignite the fire of combating communism, at least here in the United States, if not in the world. Because communism and Islam are the two entities that can, and if we let it, will destroy our country. And I don't know, I for one love our country. I was born here. It's the greatest country in the world, even at its worst. That's why everybody wants to come here. So I personally am in favor of preserving our great nation. And the until there is actually an uprising, until there's actually an uprising of the people, our largest power is in the vote. So that's why I keep on advocating for voting, and I also keep advocating that we as conservatives, whether you consider yourself Republican or MAGA or America First or whatever you consider yourself, if you consider yourself conservative, we should be, pressuring our politicians. We should be voting, and using what power we do have up to and including, overthrowing our government. Because the Constitution says if a government becomes tyrannical, then it is, our duty and our right to overthrow said government. This is why we have a Second Amendment that protects our right to keep and bear arms. We have the duty and the right to overthrow our government and install a government that reflects the will of the people. You're right, Ant. It does, Elf. China does attract all of the attention of communism when there is more than just China that is pushing communism and is infiltrating the United States with their communism. And they are, a growing threat. They're a very real. Communism is a very real threat here in the United States. It is a direct threat to our sovereignty, is a direct threat to our freedom, it's a direct threat to our very country. You're yeah, Russia is a communist threat still. They haven't stopped being. But yeah, there is a lot more of the world that is communist than just those two. Right. But I truthfully think that our main focus and goal should be our part of the world, our segment, the Americas, and maybe Australia. We might include them. But I personally think that our main focus should be the Americas. Keeping communism at bay from the Americas. I think that if Europe doesn't want to become communist, they should fight it from their end. If the UK, doesn't want to become communist or Islamist, Muslim, that they should fight those things as well. Probably. I don't know for sure. I don't know for sure just how bad it is in Australia with the communists and etc. I know that they're feeling a lot of invasion etc. from the Muslims, the Islamists, who, by the way, as I continue to say, have teamed up with the communists, and they've done that before. They have actually teamed up with communism before, and it didn't turn out too well for the communists, Well, it's because there are people still within our university system, our college and university system, that still promote communism. They promote so-called Marxism. Marxism is communism. As well as all the rest is just communism. I don't draw personally. I don't draw a distinction between them. Socialism, Marxism, it's just communism. It is, Antifa promotes itself as a socialist organization, but once you've been a part of Antifa for a while, you discover that they're not a so-called socialist organization. They're a communist organization, and you are expected to promote communism. So yeah. I don't know if it's the French that caused Canada's problems or not, but I know they definitely have problems up there. Lots and lots of problems. The biggest thing is the liberalism, the so-called progressivism going on up there. If they could get rid of that, then the blinders would probably come off, and they would see just what they are allowing to go on inside the country, and they maybe would do something about it. And if they're not strong enough, they could always ask for help. Well, they are a force of their own. Okay, understand that there are 56 countries that are majority Muslim. They're controlled by Islam in this world currently. Okay, all of those countries were conquered by Islam. They've used the same techniques, the same tactics the entire time. They only went to swords way back in the day when they absolutely had to. They used the same tactics that they are currently using in the UK, currently using in the EU, currently using in America, currently using in Canada, currently using in Australia. Should I go on? They 56 countries and all conquered. I think that's a pretty strong track record. You know, communism doesn't seem to have spread that prolifically. You know, there's been way too much resistance. You know, the Muslims, the Islamics, they do it much more sneakily. You know, so and I am currently working on a series of episodes that here soon, you know, the only thing being presented for roughly, it's looking like it's going to last about a week. The only thing that's going to be presented on here is the Islamification of the United States, and we're going to go deep into it. They don't technically they don't allow them in China, but they have them in China. They that's the problem is, you know, there are, you know, Muslims, you know, in a fairly large population in China currently right now, but you know they technically don't allow that, you know, but it is actually kind of spreading in China. Japan similarly doesn't allow it, but they have a large contingent of Muslims inside Japan. Poland doesn't allow them, but they have a reasonable contingent of Muslims inside Poland. You know, Poland actually shoots people that cross the border illegally on sight, and yet they have a contingent of Muslims inside Poland. Well, the thing is, see, here's the problem: is the entirety of China is not advancing China. You know, the entirety of China is not actively invading other countries. The near entirety of Islam is. Well, I say near entirely. There's more of them in their homelands, their various different homelands. There's 56 countries that are run by Islam, but they're actively sending as many as they can into these various different countries. And see, you look at the EU, look at Great Britain right now, currently. The percentage of the population in each of those is very low. It's only 2 to 3%, depending on who's doing the counting. Okay, it's only 2 to 3%, and they have destabilized the EU. They have destabilized, you know, for the most part, the UK, and in fact, the UK government is eaten up with Islam. You know, there are just about every town, every city in the UK is Muslim run. Their politicians, their mayors, etc., are Muslim. You know, there are many in Parliament that are Muslim. The king himself is Muslim. So, I mean, you know, it's but the point is their numbers are actually technically very low. They're only 2 to 3% of the population, and yet they've done so much damage. Now, the United States is a much larger entity than any of those countries, even combined. And so it's going to take a lot more effort. Now, the Muslims have set themselves a goal, and they play the long game. They don't they're not planning to take over tomorrow or next week or next year. Oh no, they've set themselves a goal. They are going to, according to them, they are going to have taken over the United States and Canada, by the way, by 2050. Well, it's, there are multiple leaders, but they follow, they all follow, the leaders of the Ayatollahs and etc. Most of them will follow the commands. The Iran, under the leadership of the Ayatollahs, has been since 1979 the number one state author of terrorism. So I mean, and so I mean, and you're more going to see that more and more, because see, it doesn't really matter Shia or Sunni. They're both working towards the same goal, the Islamic Caliphate. Because the Quran is the Quran is the Quran. Now it has gone through some changes over the ages, and that's one of their arguments, is the Quran is unchanging. It's infallible word of Allah, just like we say about the Bible being the infallible word of God. Well, different than the word of God, the Quran has gone through some changes, and that's what caused the separation of Shia and Sunni. So, but they're still, the Quran is the Quran is the Quran. They're still working towards the same goal. The Quran has always identified anyone who doesn't follow Islam as the infidel, and it has always said that the infidel is to be killed or converted. They have the opportunity to convert and not be killed, or they can be killed. Now, they do believe in the jizya, which is a tax that allows you as a non-believer to remain alive as like a third, fourth class citizen. You are subservient to the Muslims, but you're alive, and you're allowed to privately continue with your own religion, but you cannot proselytize. You cannot go out and try to create new Christians or whatever your belief system happens to be. That has a punishment of death. So, I mean, ultimately, the head of Islam is Muhammad, the so-called final prophet. They are working towards the global caliphate. Why are they working towards the global caliphate? Because they believe that Allah will not return until there is a global caliphate. Why do they believe that? Because that's what the Quran says. these are people that, immediately, from birth to adulthood are trained in the Quran. They're made to memorize it. They're made to recite it. They're made to obey it. They, do you know the penalty for leaving Islam is death? Now, there are a lot of people who have left Islam, but in their own country, the penalty is death. The Crusades were actually to fight Islam. And yes, there is now there is now Muslim prayer room at the Vatican. They have invited Islam in. You are correct about that. The Pope, I don't recognize the Pope as being any type of Christian religious leader, because he's not. Some of the things that he has, some of the edicts that he has proclaimed, go against the Bible, go against the Catholic Church. So if he is willing to go against the church that he is supposed to be the leader, protector, intercessor for, then he is not a true pope. He's an imposter. Now I am not Catholic. I am considered to be a Protestant. I was raised Baptist. Spent some time as a holy roller. Um, if we were to try to drum up crusades these days, then probably you're right. The Russian Orthodox might be, the only one that could actually drum up crusades. But yeah, that's probably not going to happen. But I mean that's exactly what the Crusades were really all about. They were combating Islam because they recognized the danger of Islam. They recognized Islam for what it was. They're trying to push Russian Orthodox as traditional in Texas. Okay, alrighty then. Well, that's kind of crazy. That's the first I've heard about that. I need to look into that. Because of the fact that Texas is actually actively being taken over by Islam. Well, that is an important thing to know, that Russian Orthodox is also trying to spread their wings in Texas. So that is important knowledge. So I need to look into that. There's even a channel on Rumble that does it, pushing the Russian Orthodox in Texas. Huh. Interesting. That's actually that's actually the first I've heard of the Russian Orthodox trying to present themselves as traditional and spreading their wings in Texas. I'm definitely gonna have to look into that. Huh. Okay. That would seem to me to be something that would generally draw the attention of the ATF, because a religious organization promoting firearms and even training people in the use and etc., especially a Russian religious organization, that would seem to me to be something that would attract the attention of the ATF. If you remember, that is what drew the attention of the ATF with the Branch Davidians. The Branch Davidians were stockpiling firearms, and they were converting semi-automatic rifles into fully automatic rifles. You can buy those kits online. So but yeah, they were doing that, and their claim was that and they did have security patrols and everything, but their claim was the weapons were stockpiled simply for security purposes. But you saw what happened with the Branch Davidians. David Koresh. That was not good. Okay. The most based traditional form of Christianity beyond Catholicism, etc. Okay. Now there are many churches within the United States, Catholic churches, that are actually actively rebelling against the Pope, the current Pope, because of the fact that he is he's obviously not a true Pope. He's obviously not the person that should have been the Pope. So, but there are a number of churches here in the United States that are actively rebelling against the Pope. So, mm. Mm. Radio Albion. I'm scanning their read first thing. Right. But this is the first I've heard of them being active inside the United States, spreading their wings, so to speak. It's it's in their read first thing. It's pushing more of a European directive. Encouraging self-improvement among European nationalists. That's a direct quote from their text here. They welcome reasonable comments, but request that commenters make their ethnicity known if it does not originate within Europe. They claim that they do not produce recruitment propaganda and are not a membership organization. Do come here if you are interested in looking at the world through a positive European ethnocentric lens. This is beginning to sound racist. And they are claiming nationalism. Well, that's actually what the Muslims are doing. I have, and in fact, in that intro at the beginning of my show, there is one of the many clips that I have of the leaders of the imams, the teachers of Islam, stating Islam is not a religion. It's a system of governance, but yet they try to project the image that Islam is a religion and subject to our freedom of religion amendment, First Amendment, freedom of speech, freedom of religion, freedom of the press, etc. Okay. But yeah, this is their on their website. They across the top they have a navigation panel that has hosts, podcast topics, recent posts, British history, and hidden British history, slavery, free speech, and then please read first and start here. And I'm reading. I'm scanning. I'm not actually reading. I'm scanning the please read first. Are you talking about Dr. M.R. Johnson? Is that the one? Okay, this says showing posts with the. I clicked on Dr. M.R. Johnson, and it says showing posts with the label Matt Johnson. Okay, I see it here. Dr. Matthew Raphael Johnson. I'm gonna have to take some time and look into this. It's a bit much to try to decipher and look over in the span of a podcast. And I've been going 4 hours. No wonder my throat is starting to hurt and get kind of rough. I will, however, look into it. You can be sure of that, because that's, again, that's the first I've heard of the, the Russian Orthodox being promoted here in the United States, and being presented as quote traditional. So I'm definitely going to look into that. So I appreciate you for bringing it to my attention. I really don't think that that Russia is a quote conservative Christian hope. All of what I know about Russia and communism tells me different, historically speaking. Yeah. Jason Dyer. The name sounds familiar, but it's not ringing a bell right this second. Oh, okay, that Jason Dyer. Oh, okay. Okay. Yeah, what about him? Okay. Yeah, okay. Yeah. Well, as I said, I will definitely look into this and scope it out, see what it's really all about, and see what I can find out. And I may do an episode or two about this. It is of some concern. That Russian Orthodox Church would pop up its ugly head in the United States and claim to be traditional, and be presenting itself as the new Christian hope, so to speak. And try to present itself as being based as well. So, but anyway, it is now officially past 4 hours, and you can hear my voice is getting raspy. My throat's hurting. I'm gonna go ahead and call it a show. as I said, I thank you, Elf, for bringing that to my attention. I will check into it. I will dig into it deep, and see what I can discover. And because that's what I do here, I dig into things and try to find out the truth of things. As I've said before, the name of my show, Big Tony Speaks, is an incomplete sentence, and the complete sentence that my show was named after is Big Tony Speaks the Truth. I can't remember which one, but it was a social media that I was signing up for an account on, and I typed in Big Tony Speaks the Truth, and it said that I used too many characters. So I shortened it to Big Tony Speaks, and it just kind of stuck. So that's been a long time ago, many moons ago. Yeah, proxies as well. Armenian Orthodox. Okay. Well, I'll look for that connection as well. See what I can find. I thank you for bringing that to my attention. Any links, Elf? Any links or information that you have on that particular subject? Go in my description. At the bottom of my description is an email address. Send links to that email address, and that'll help me in my investigation. I wish that I was big enough to have a team to work on this stuff, but I don't. I have to do it myself and keep up a podcast show every day. And so, it takes me some time to do these things, and all the help that I can get, investigating a particular subject, especially something like this. I appreciate it. Any links that you have regarding this subject, go get that email out of my description and send them to that email. That'll help me out considerably. Maybe save me a little bit of time. Right. You've had Muslims promote the Armenian Orthodox Church to you? Huh. Okay. Well, that's a connection that I had not found yet between Muslims and the Armenian Church, etc. Okay. But yeah, as I said, any links to information that you might have, send them to that email address, because I'm going to go ahead and call this a show. My throat is killing me, and I will see you all next time. God bless every single one of you, in the chat or just watching, all of you. You could have watched any podcast. You watched mine, and I am eternally grateful. Do me a favor before you go, hit that thumbs up down there. And if you're not already following the channel, please do follow or subscribe, whatever it is on your platform. By the way, I failed to mention that we are streaming to Rumble, Twitch, Kick, and YouTube tonight. So do me a favor, show me some love, follow or subscribe, whatever you see on your platform. Turn on the notifications so you know when I come on. By the way, that is Monday through Friday at 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time in the U.S. And with that being said, this has been Big Tony Speaks. I have been Big Tony, your host, and I'm out of here. Y'all have a great one, and I will see you next time. Just remember, Big Tony will speak on it. Later on, y'all.